just realized that that dance matches the beat, and it makes me so happy. Of that opening song, I'm pretty sure the alien dance, like, spot on matches the beat. It works. Oh, hello everybody. Hello. That's why I use it. Yeah, it also the having the 5 and then the 3. I don't know. If there was a way to just get the 1 in the center somehow to get it into the center and create like a nice little pyramid of dancing aliens, that would be cool. I don't know how that would work though. I think it just happened to work out with my name versus your name. But that's from here on out. Alien Dance is gonna lead the chat with that song. It matches too well. All right. Oh, how's everybody out there doing? I got extra coffee. We're gonna definitely be hitting the caffeine hard tonight, I think. Woo! Yeah, I don't think you can like space it. Oh, there you go. Just create an ever like a stair. Yeah, there you go. Oh, nice. Okay, sideways pyramid. Yeah, thank you. That makes me so happy. That's what I wanted. That's all I wanted. That's all I want in life. I'm simple. I'm a simple man. Oh, boy. All right. Whew. All right. So, how is everybody? Uh-oh. What we got going on here? Oh. We're drawing alien... Hold on. Wait, alright. Half. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that works. Yeah, half a pyramid. Ugh. Man. I don't know. I think I'm like slowly hypnotizing myself with this stupid alien dance. You know what that dance reminds me of? I know it's like a super generic, just I'm doing a dance. But I wonder, do you think that that's like the same basic dance that Jason Statham's doing in that Shaman music video? My sheer obsession, by the way, with that Shaman music video is 100% proof that no man, including myself, can be 100% heterosexual, because I have a sick obsession with that Shaman music video where he's all greased up and dancing in that stupid thong. It's ridiculous. But it's like hypnotizing. There's always that little part of you that's like, am I turned on by this? I don't know. I don't know. I have confusing feelings. But I feel like that's like the same dance. Because I think he's just doing a generic dance that they can like loop in the background of that video, so it would make sense that it's that. I don't know. Someone should make this meme, but with Jason Statham. So we can immortalize what was probably one of his favorite paychecks to earn, I'm sure. Oh boy. All right. Okay. Well, I think we are... I forgot to make myself editor in your emote dashboards again. Oh, no. Yeah, you have to do that. I should probably look to see how to make some emotes. I wonder if I could... I know there are artists that do emotes, but it would be kind of interesting to at least try to make one. Like, try to make one of my own. Just to see what goes into it. Because I do like... I think it's on... Ito the Liz. I think it's Ito the Liz because they have like a little boo creature, and I think that they Twitch has the specs in their docs. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah. But I think that they have their little ghost does writing, and I really like that emote a lot for the like starting the writing process. I like having an emote for writing. I think that's cool. And for them it was like a little ghost. Thought it was neat. Okay, in their docs. I'll look that up. Just I haven't done like I used to do like low res 8-bit art when I was a kid, just in like Paint and stuff, or like editing. I haven't done it in a long time, but I don't know. I found it fun when I was doing it. There we go. I'll just do that later. There we go. That's cool. All right. Whew. Okay, how's everybody doing out there in the world right now? Oh. Uh-oh. Oh shit, is the monorail down? Oh, no, it's not. There we go. Switched. Switch links. Okay. Whew. Alright. Well. Pretty good, pretty good. Yep. My golden boy, my beautiful golden boy, who's just slowly strutting out of my room, decided to keep me up all night. Or wake me up at 6 a.m. So I am tired, and I am going to do my best to get as much caffeine so we can get as much writing done as humanly possible tonight. On this fine Sunday eve. I am glad the camera picks up the incense. It makes me happy. Writing a website? That's you doing your brilliant, because you're brilliant. You're so brilliant. Doing all that brilliant shit you do in Upper Soria. That's cool. That is cool. Writing a website. Because I need to finish making my website. But that's been a to-do item for over a year now. That's just the way this goes. It's a slow going process. But maybe after I get done with work, depending on how busy I get, I can actually dedicate time to building that infrastructure. That's the goal. 'Tis the goal. But all right. Well, I think we'll try to aim to get started around 7:30 p.m. on the dot to start our writing sprints for the night. And yeah, we're gonna keep working on the haunted house ghost film that I'm writing, and we'll see what kind of progress we make. We got tonight, tomorrow, and Tuesday before I go to work, and I would really like to. My goal is to have the draft done. Just, it's I gotta keep the draft short, so 80 to 90 pages is what I'm aiming for. If I can get those 80 to 90 pages done and it's solid start, I'll be happy. I can go to work, because I hate interrupting. I hate having to go to work and interrupt. Come back and write the last 20 pages after a week of working. Your golden boy is screaming at me. Well, he's spreading the love. He definitely was giving me a piece of his mind all morning. So I no doubt in my mind he has migrated over to you and is now screaming at you. Oh, all right. We're gonna switch over to writing cam and get ready, and it's 7:30. So, oh, all right. Let's switch things over and get started on our Sunday night writing sprints. All right, let's go ahead and switch up the music. Bum bum. All right, spooky, 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 chill music. Cool. All right. Where was I? What the hell was I doing? There we go. There we go. All right. And yep. All right. So we've got, let's set the timer. There we go. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started on our on our lovely Sunday night writing sprints. So if you're writing, working on stuff, or just trying to be productive, doing whatever, I hope it's a good one, and we will see you on the other side. Happy writing, everybody. We'll see you there. And away we go. Oh, Rad, thank you for the follow there, Author EM. And Dujar, welcome in. We're just doing our writing sprints. But feel free to hop in, talk about what you're working on, or just write along. Alrighty. And that's the first one down, everybody. Boop, bam. Congrats. I hope it was a productive one. I feel like the first sprint is always a little rusty. Thumbs up for one down. It's always a little, like, rusty getting back into it after a day. But the worst ones are the ones where I feel like I start getting into a really good flow around, like, after you've been at it for, like, 3-4 hours. And then you're like, I should be wrapping up. But you're, like, feeling the flow. That's how you end up writing and exhausting yourself, by doing it all night. Alright. Oh, I forgot to press start on the... Oh, crap. Whoops. I skipped right by. Oh, well. Alright, well, I'll time it on my phone. Alrighty. There we go. We'll do a phone timer since I skipped right by the stupid thing. Ooh, how often do you stream? When I'm not working, pretty often. Because I'm a contractor, my hours are a little all over the place. So, and usually when I'm working, I'm gone. But usually I try to stream most weeknights. And if I'm in the middle of, like, trying to wrap up a project, I'll stream through the weekend. But usually I stream later in the evening, so, like, 6-7 p.m. Pacific time. And at least aim for, like, almost every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Sometimes I just do every day. It depends. But I'm trying to get a better schedule. Like, but like this coming week, I'll be writing tomorrow, which is Monday and Tuesday, and then I have to go to San Diego for a few days, so I probably won't stream again until the following Monday, because I'll be working. Yep. Eventually, I'll have an updated schedule with variable times, but yeah. Yep. I try to do it a lot. I have my notifications on, but I always like to pencil some streams in my planner. Oh, wow, that's awesome. In your planner. That's, well. Yeah, usually pencil me in almost always or generally around 7 p.m. Pacific time most weekdays. And if you don't see me, it probably means I'm working. And I usually, on my profile, I'll try to update and say I'm working till such and such day. Just so people kind of have an idea. This is what I get for not having, like, a Twitter or, like, social media to update people. But yeah, so what kind of stuff, what do you write? Are you a novelist, a essayist? We're writing a screenplay, so I'm a screenwriter and director. So we are currently working on a low-budget haunted house movie that I'm actually going to try, hopefully, to film next year is the goal. So that is what we are working on. Lots of writing. Novelist, awesome. Currently writing a holiday romance. Oh, that's awesome. Hello, Mr. Shadow Paradox. Welcome in. Welcome on in. We are currently on a 10-minute break. I messed up my timer, so it's still set to 30. But we're doing writing sprints. So feel free to join in or pop in and talk about what you're working on if you want to. Yeah, that's awesome. A holiday romance. That's doing good. Working on my steampunk universe. Rad. That is, I feel like steampunk is always the coolest thing in the world, but the hardest thing to execute. I feel like it's cool, but it's really hard to do well. So that's an admirable endeavor. But let's see. Basically, it's a fusion of all the characters from my other stories into one timeline universe. Very cool. I feel like that's fitting, kind of like a multiverse thing for steampunk, because steampunk's such a varied mix of all kinds of tech and things. Working and find scenes to put it in. Cool. that is it's finding scenes to put it in. That's the thing, right? Got to find the perfect scenes to have all the elements in. It's gonna be hard since I have over 70. Oh my god. Yeah, that's a lot of characters. That hurts my brain to even think about. Um, I'm trying to think a holiday romance. So, em I hope Andujar, or author em Andujar. Oh, is it alright if I just call you Andujar? I can do the whole thing. But yeah, like romance sounds, that's a hard nut for me to crack. Holiday romance is kind of an interesting. What's do you have like an example of kind of what you're going for in terms of like a book or a movie or something like that? Because holiday romance just seems like it's a very unique and niche kind of story. It's like it's not quite a rom com. Oh, whichever. Okay, all right. It's not quite like a rom com. It's not like a specific. Is it kind of like Grease? Is it like that shows you how little I know? Like my like a summer of love kind of thing. I'm just not too familiar with that. But I like the romance is just hard for me in general. It's hard for me to write. Sounds like work and a cool adventure. Last time I checked, it was 78. But yeah, that's a lot of characters. Shadow, Mr. Shadow. So I think think something like The Last Holiday or The Holiday. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm familiar with The Last Holiday. Okay. That's is that generally what you work in, or are you just like all over the place as kind of what you prefer to write, or do you prefer like specifically romance or specifically holiday romance? I know some people have like they have a hyper specific niche genre that they write in. Like my favorite is paranormal romance. That is a genre I didn't know existed, and like there are people that is like what they write very specifically and are very successful at doing it. I'm usually under the fantasy umbrella, and there's always a romance. Okay, well, yeah, any proper fantasy should have at least a little. I mean, there is something inherently romantic, I feel like, about most fantasy, so I feel like you have to have a romance. Sometimes is the main plot, and sometimes subplot. Got it. I mean, fantasy romance is cool. I mean, that's The Princess Bride. I mean, that's kind of comedy, but it's romance. Fantasy romance, but that's cool. That is an awesome, yeah. That is fantastic. Let's see, we've got. So is this one your first time doing a just straight romance, or have you done a straight holiday romance or romance before, like without the fantasy elements? I do write paranormal romances with vamps and witches and some were creatures. Very cool. I'm into that. I feel like vamps and witches, they can get up to some romantic shenanigans for sure. I have some were creatures. I'm surprised you don't have vamps or witches with your 78 characters, but at least you got were creatures. That's always werewolves, were bats or were rats. That is. I have a vampire named Lestrade as well. Lysistrade? Okay. I have some YA contemporary romance half written. The Holiday Romance is first. Very cool. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. All right. We're down to about a minute before we start our next sprint. That is. I'd be interested to see like some good like YA romance stories. Most of the YA fiction I've read is almost exclusively fantasy, or that I've seen. The stuff that's popular is just 100%. It's either kind of pseudo sci-fi or straight just science or fantasy. I love his design too much. I mean, that's vampires. They bleed exotic design. Some of the best designs ever are, I mean, vampires. Both creepy monster design as well as just fascinating characters. I am a sucker for vampires. Always have been. Big time sucker for vampires. So basically, he's just an old-fashioned judge with a peacock tail. Oh. All right, and that is our 10 minutes, but let's see. So basically, he's just an old-fashioned judge with a peacock tail and tentacles mixed with feathers. I don't like the design. I don't know. That sounds like a crazy design. No, I mean, oh, gotcha, for the Abraham one. One that I recently enjoyed was Fat Chance, Charlie Vega. That romance was cute. Okay. Oh, here, let me bring that up. I've not heard of that one. Fat Chance. All right. Fat Chance, Charlie Vega. Oh, that looks cute. All right. I'll go ahead and give that a look-see. I love the cover. Cover's fantastic. Do I have a Discord? I do. I don't actually... It's not particularly active, but I do have a Discord. Let me see here. There we go. Here, I'll throw that in the chat, just in case. It's not a particularly active Discord, but getting there. I just built it, so yeah. All right. Okay, so time for our next writing sprint. So we are going to... Let me get this set. And yeah, I hope it's a good one if you're writing along. And we'll see you on the other side. Happy writing, everybody. We'll see you there. And away we go. Oh, and there we go. Voila, sprint number 2 down. I hope for all the writers out there, or everybody working, it was a productive one. Ooh, I think it was 2 thumbs up for 2 successful sprints. It's always tricky. These early drafts, it's like I try to get better about outlining, and I start going off the outline. I just without fail. That's fine though. That's my process apparently, as I outline it, and then I think I remember reading Oizel back at it, coming in clutch. Yep. That's just Apresori is on top of it all the time. Without fail. How are you this fine evening, Oizel? How goes the Sunday? I try. No, you do. You actually do. There is no try. You are Yoda speak incarnate. Ugh. I think I remember there was like a Tarantino quote about how he does like brief outlines and then has like signposts that he sometimes does and doesn't make as he's writing, and I think I definitely am in that camp where I could never work as a TV writer or with a co-writer. I even on my own outlines I go way off book. Just go off into my own weird little land. Pretty good. I feel like I slept half of it. There's nothing wrong with that. But cleaned out the fridge, had dinner. Kiddo had a bath. Well, that's good. It's good the kiddo had a bath. Because we know kids, they can be stinky and dirty. At least my niece, But she's a wild child. She runs around and just dives into the mountains of Wyoming. Just you have to go dig her out of a ditch. Just go wash her off with a hose. That's us mountain folk. So everyone's still alive and breathing. That's good. I think that's pretty natural. Yeah, I don't think I'm the only one who's resistant to outlines, but I get it. Sometimes with like screenwriting, particularly if you have a writing partner, or when you're pitching shows and they want to see outlines, you kind of have to stick to those outlines. So they put a lot of work into that. But I think I'm more organic. I have to feel, as long as I have the structure down and the general guiding points, I think I kind of have to just discover it as I go. It's more natural character-wise. That's amazing. Yeah, completely how I grew up, except in the farmlands. Yep. I think since I grew up in the city, my mom and my dad would always kind of like pull me out to the sort of wild lands so I could get that out of my system. But I can tell, because my niece spends a lot of time with my mom up there, she's a wild child. She does not like cities, or where she cannot literally just be if anyone was a fey creature in the old sense of a fey creature, like traditional old school creepy fey, she definitely is in that camp. Completely. It's good to see where you want to go. Then you can discover story. Exactly. Yeah. I think there's so much discovery as you're writing it, particularly when you get in the characters' heads. You can kind of let the characters dictate the narrative a little bit, so it feels more natural, a little less railroady. But if there's any instance of when I'm asked to describe how when my brother and I talk about my niece, it's just, you can tell she's a misanthropic wild child when she said the world is so beautiful when it doesn't have people. And I was like, that is an intense thing for a child to say. Good Lord. Oh my God. All right. Wowzers. Yeah. I was like, yeah, might as well be like a weird fey creature at that point. Nature made sentient, exactly. Yep. Maybe that'll be the next generation of kids. They literally just will be like a hive mind of nature being like, we've had it with you. and your bullshit. But have I ever read Darwin's Radio by Greg Bear? I have not. Man, I'm getting one of my favorite things about streaming and talking with everybody here is I get so many wonderful book recommendations. Darwin's Radio. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Next Evolution of Humans. Oh, that's... Is it a book or is it like an actual like... Or is it like theory? Like actual first book is about the actual instance of the new generation. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so it is like a narrative, hard sci-fi. Okay. And the political remnant of these children. You know, I wonder... Interesting. I wonder if it pulls a little bit. So my favorite Arthur C. Clarke story book was called Childhood's End. It's not, but I believe there's something in that book. Yeah, like they stop violence, but the next generation of kids that are born under this sort of like as this like the species is evolving, are like radically different. They kind of I'm wondering if this is a little bit more of a in detail because Childhood's End is only like 150 pages. It's not very long. Yeah, it's a really interesting. It's yeah, like essentially humanity turns into light. Yeah, I mean functionally like light and just joins this like being. It's an interesting conceptual. I think I liked it a lot because it was so conceptually interesting to me at the time. It had an interesting idea of time, where these creatures that look like literally look like devils show up to like usher in mankind's final stage of evolution before it like ascends to join this sort of like cosmic star beam. But it's like it goes into time, how like kind of like a Jungian thing, like we were scared of devils and we associate them with the end of humankind, but it's about evolution. Just interesting ideas. He wrote it, I mean, back in the 50s, I think. Yeah, probably the 50s or the 60s. I think it was before 2001. But yeah, this one looks at communication being the primary interesting. Okay, so they all have these sort of freckles that change colors with their moods. And they can carry on 2 different conversations on each side of their tongue. Whoa, what? And extra vocal cords or something? Oh, that's crazy. Or like I wonder or if they can access, because I think we have like 2 sets, because they do that with like Buddhist like vocal chanters can do like weird things with like 2 separate sets of vocal cords or something like that we have, or I'm not totally sure. I could also be talking out of my ass. It's very likely. But I do know they can do a thing with their throats. But of course the government religious crazies are terrible. Well, of course they are. oh no. So they put a whole generation of children into camps. Great. Okay. All right. I'm going to have to read this book. I've got a stack of science fiction books I need to get through, and this might get close to the top of that stack cuz this seems into my alley, and it sounds similar enough to some of the conceptual sci-fi I really like. Okay, I'm adding you to my... See if I can find it used or pick it up at the library. It's really good, highly recommended. The science can get to, yeah, that's the only problem with like really hard sci-fi, but it's really worthwhile. I've read it several times and I never reread anything. Oh wow, okay, that's All right, that's my jam. Um, yeah, I've never heard of it. I've never heard of this. That's cool. Yep, I'm gonna have to read it if it's worth a reread. The only problem I do have is sometimes with hard sci-fi it is hard for me. It's like as much as I love Dune, listening to Frank Herbert actually talk about the science of how dunes are created, I'm like, dude, I get you. Like, I love the fact that you're obsessed with this, but this is way too detailed for me. Like, I do not need this level of detail. But I love that you love it. Like, let me get back into my weird politics and how and weird anti-hero tyrant stuff. That's what I'm into. So, perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you for that, Oizel. As always, coming in with the peak recommendations. All right. Stretch. All right. Stretch and then another writing sprint. So if you are all out there writing along, feel free, and I hope it's a productive one. And we will see you all on the other side. Happy writing, everybody. Woo! Uriashi, how many writing sprints are you doing today? Oh, I'm probably gonna at least 6. So we've done 2. So there'll be at least like 4 or 5 more. We'll see how late I go tonight, but at least 4 more at a minimum. You're welcome. The next sprint, I'm going to be working on my college success. Awesome. Yes, I remember you talking about that yesterday. Well, I hope it goes well. And we'll see you all on the other side. Happy writing. Also, hi. Thanks for squeezing. No worries. No worries. All right, everybody. We'll see you. And away we go.
Whoops. There we go. And that's another writing sprint down. While I destroy my microphone. All right. There we go. I hope it was a productive one. Yeah. Welcome on in. They're all... Is that Salties? Yeah. The real Salties. Welcome in. Welcome in. 3 thumbs up for 3 successful sprints. Oh, let me start the break counter. Yeah, feel free to... you want to learn how to write a screenplay? It's if you write prose, it's simple. In terms of word count, it's a lot less, but it's also an odd type of writing. But yeah, it's like this. If you get like I think there's some things on the internet that'll help you like learn the formatting, so it'll like auto format for you, so you can kind of understand how the formatting works. But it's an odd type of writing. That's typically how I describe it, particularly to people that write prose, because it's like it's very technical, but you want it to be able to read well. So I always describe it as, you want to write a TV series? Cool. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. The best thing you can do is just find whatever your favorite TV show is and just Google and see if you can find a script for that TV series. Like, it doesn't need to be a particular one, just whatever one. And just read it. And you'll kind of slowly start to understand how they're writing it and how the flow works. And then you can kind of compare it to the actual thing. But yeah, that's cool. You absolutely should. It's never too early or too late to start. Do you typically write horror, Ariyashi? Yeah, I do. That's kind of my go-to. Is usually horror or drama. Kind of like pseudo magical realist drama. But I'm a Halloween kid, so I definitely, I've been kind of in the horror world for a while. But I don't like. I feel like I have to add like an asterisk to that. I'm not a huge fan of like slashers or serial killers or any of that kind of stuff. I grew up reading like Lovecraft, so I grew up kind of with the more like cosmic-y, cosmic horror, existential horror, things like I'd say my favorite horror film ever made, just to give you an idea, is something like Alien, where it kind of checks all the boxes, but it's not really. Yeah, psychological's up there too. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I love the Evil Dead movies because they're goofy and like Deadites and, swallow your soul, and Sam Raimi is just infinitely fun to watch. But I'm not into like, I guess you would call it gore porn or things like that. I like the Saw movies. That's just not my jam. I prefer other types of stuff. I had an idea where like example, Arrow show starts with the main character gets lost on an island by a shipwreck. Oh, okay, so like, yeah, like Arrow, doing that kind of thing. So in mine, I was thinking of an astronaut gets lost to Mars, and when he comes back to Earth, NASA is doing something evil and bad things, and he has to stop him. I mean, that's cool. Yeah, it's kind of like Planet of the Apes, but instead of it being like we've all evolved and the apes have taken over, it's just now it's evil corp NASA. Yeah. Kind of, that's smart to pick a show like Arrow and kind of look at the structure of it, like being lost on a shipwreck and then doing a guy getting lost on Mars and then coming back. So now you've already got your structure. So then all you gotta do is figure out the characters and kind of all that stuff and build it into a show. And there you go. You got it. Ooh, sounds fun. It's like, we love that. Aha. Is that kind of copyright? Not really. The structure is not. No, you can't really copyright an idea, like a structural idea. It's if you actually just wrote like becomes a vigilante, and that kind of thing. But most TV shows follow very similar structures. Like Arrow's not the only one that has a person getting stuck on an island on a shipwreck and then coming back to find their whole world is turned upside down. I mean, that's Castaway. It's just a different type of thing. Castaway is literally a guy getting lost on an island and coming back, and his whole life is everything's different. Even though that's about him being on the island more than anything. But, and also, I wouldn't worry too much about copyright if you're just trying to learn, and specifically learn how to do it. Copying is the, yeah, so. Or that Netflix show Manifest, I think it was called. Yeah. I think you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, but it's also good that you can kind of pick that out because you're kind of already clued into the structure. And television is very structured. So it's smart for you to build off of that sort of chassis. But I tend to write movies. I'm not a huge TV show guy, but I do know from people I know and friends that write television that it is probably the most structured form of writing I've ever seen. Because you have to write for your commercial breaks in mind and all that. I mean, not so much anymore with Netflix, but the reason TV shows are written in a very particular way is they like structure in their commercial breaks, so around cliffhangers, around your A, B, C, D arcs. It's all very technical. The one thing you learn about screenwriting is just how insanely technical it is. But yeah, best advice, just get a screenplay and read it, and you'll learn pretty quickly just doing that. But yeah, what else do we got here? What are you how's your night going, Ariashi? What are you working on? Anything fun or exciting? Well, I'm assuming it's fun and exciting, but hopefully it's going well, whatever you're working on. Not too exciting. An outline for a novel? I mean, that's pretty exciting. That's cool. How are you with outlines? That's I was actually just lamenting that earlier about how I it's why I'd be terrible as a studio writer or if I had a writing partner where you have to stick to outlines because I already with this I've gone off book. I have this whole thing outlined and I'm already off to the races doing other things. So I try to hit at least 70% of my little like roadmaps along the way, but I tend to go off book pretty quickly. Side quests. Yeah, that's what we'll call them, side quests. Yeah. I used to think I wasn't an outliner, but when I was forced to for work, I realized I actually finished things. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I think you're right. That does kind of an outline does kind of give you it does give you a roadmap that at least like leads you to a conclusion, because it is very easy to kind of just and go off into a crazy direction, and then suddenly you don't even know how to end a thing or where it's going to go, or you get lost in the weeds and that kind of thing. So I can see how outlines would really help actually finishing. This is the first time I'm using one for personal writing. Awesome. Well, way to take things that you do for work, like forcing like things that you're forced to do for work and then applying them to that. That's make your job work for you in your passions. So well done with that. Yeah, I think it's probably a lot easier as a screenplay than it would be a novel. There's just so much more going on, I feel like, in novels. Because with screenplays there's layers, like I'm writing as a writer director, so I'm already thinking of like how it's going to translate visually and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like as long as I have an end, like I know how the ending's going to work, I can usually get there. I usually need a few things along the way that I need to be sure that I can hit. But I also have a bad habit of writing meandering screenplays that a little too long. So outlining, if I get better at outlining, I'm hoping that that'll help me get better with my first drafts, because I have to do so much editing with the following drafts just to try to get it not meandering. Make sure pacing is working well. Thanks. Do you like editing? I didn't originally. I hated it, and then I made a movie. I shot a film. I shot a feature film that I directed, that I wrote. Um, and when I was editing that, like actual editing the film, I realized how much of that editing I should have done in the screenplay. So now I'm a much bigger fan of editing than I was, because you believe me, you want to have all that editing done before you bother shooting it, and then realizing none of it works, or it's like you're like, oh, why did I do that? So I'm getting there. I did originally. I hated it. I actually hated editing. I would have almost rather had other people do it for me. Maybe trying Blake Snyder's screenwriting beats would help with the meandering. Oh yeah, that's yeah, I know Blake Snyder. There's another really good one, the sequence method. Um, the sequence method, like 8 sequences. I actually got that. That was actually a breakdown I got from Kubrick. That's a mood. LOL. um, yeah. Yep. So I think yeah, so I think the hard thing is there's I know we should probably get back to writing, but I'll finish up with this, is that like I tend to my favorite films can tend to be a little long-winded or meandering. I tend to like movies that just involve more characters and people being people. So like quote unquote hangout movies from the 70s, or like Bergman films where it's mostly just people sitting around being people, and letting the drama come from that. But lots of times there's no like plot progression. Like the plot is not what's driving it. It's like kind of people and their own shenanigans undermining themselves in scenes as we sort of look at them through a day in their life or a vignette or whatever it might be. So it's always me trying to like do a little bit of that and then also make it marketable. And by marketable means someone will read it and be like, oh, this is a movie and I can make it. Because nowadays everything's, you have to make it a little bit more structured and precise. But that's so. But yes, you're not wrong that I do tend to break these down into beats, and to try to keep it in that narrative flow. But then I go off my outline because I have bad habits. Um, but anyway, all right. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and start the next writing sprint. That's okay. I mean, it's the process, right? That's what we all deal with. We all deal with the process of writing, And then you just refine it and refine your own process. 100%. All right. Another writing sprint up. I hope it is a good one for y'all. And we'll see you on the other side. Happy writing, everybody. And away we go. Oh, and there we go. Another writing sprint down. I think that is number 4. Oh, right. I still haven't changed this. It's still set to 25. So we'll stop it at 15. All right. I hope it was a good one for everyone. Oizel, I hope you're getting some traction there. Hope it's not beating you up too bad, but I know that when I have a particular big project, I sometimes have to just zone out and just write down random ideas to not become overwhelmed by things, particularly like a laundry list of things, something like that. A little bit, yes, thank you. Just a little bit of overthinking, yeah. Yep. I feel like that's what it usually comes down to. You kind of you start either hyper fixating or constantly questioning what you're doing instead of just picking a direction and going. It's hard. It's hard. I've even done it where I just pick a direction and then, an hour later I'm like, oh, this was totally wrong. Have to go back and redo all of it, which you want to avoid to begin with. I forgot I had planned out what is supposed to go in each day a month or so ago and was totally blanking on how I came up with everything previously. Blind sight. That's the blinders where you completely just... yeah. It's too much. Too much for these brains to handle sometimes. Sometimes we just start getting sprawled out all over the place. Well, hopefully earlier Oizel was a genius. Yes. Something that proves true more often than not when you go back to see something you previously and go, wait, why am I not doing that now? That's brilliant. I must be 10 times smarter, or I just got dumber. So no, earlier Oizel just planned appropriately, so today we can get her shit together. Good. Oh, that's good. That's good. Well, thank earlier Oizel then. It's all the deadliest catch my husband has been watching. Wait, hold on. Is that still on? Or is he watching Osmosis Turning My Brain to Mush? I mean, that is what that show does. It's still on? Good God. I mean, I guess crab fishing in Alaska is always going to be a thing, but I did not realize it is still happening. How is it? That's had to have been running for what, 15 years now? But my beloved husband decided to restart it at season 1. So how's that? So how are you doing? Are you hanging in there all right? And we are now on season 16. Oof. I've definitely gone down my, I've had some friends when I first moved out to LA. I had some buddies of mine where we deep dived some reality TV for, a while. And there's there's way too many episodes of that show. Way too many. And it's funny how little they can mine to make those stories. So when I first moved out here, I was a camera operator and got hired a lot on pilot, essentially pilot episodes for reality TV. And so I got to see a lot of how they have to mine so much stuff from so little what we film and what we were able to capture, and they can mine it and turn it into stories. So that's why sometimes when you watch them, the stories don't totally line up, because it's literally just producers running around being like, okay, this happens and this happens. It might be easier on that one because that actually is a really dangerous job, and a lot of people do get, struggle doing it. Yeah, well, as someone who shot it for a few years, I'm not a huge fan either. You're in LA? How do you like it? Just moved there last year? Oh, well, welcome to Hollyweird. I hope you're enjoying it. It's I've been here for 12 years now. So I've had a lot of ups and downs. It's definitely a city that can kick the crap out of you quite a few times, but it's okay. I love the food culture. Obviously, I'm a film nerd, so I go. I like the art house theaters. I can go down to Tarantino's theater and see some of like actual film prints. So I like that element of it. But I find it a particularly difficult place to really like build a social network or like friend groups that can be. It's just everybody out here is so strung out and pulled a million different ways, and you kind of scrambling and hustling constantly. It could also be that because I'm in the film industry. It's harder to kind of get that. I tried to build a little bit of that through like gaming, through like tabletop RPG, like D&D stuff. To try to get a little bit more of like a sense of community, but it's not too bad. I have a lot of complaints, definitely, but I've been here for 12 years, so that should say something. So you would think, okay, 6 months of Deadliest Catch, not great, but it's okay. No, you'd be wrong. We made it to season 16 in less than 2 months. That is a lot. You have burned through so many episodes. I'm not great at math. What is that like? Good Lord, that's 16 seasons, 20 episodes a season is like 40 minutes to about an hour. That's like, what, 15, 16 hours a season? That's a lot of, oof. I can't stand reality TV. Yep. It's a city that should be its own state, said from someone that's never been. Yeah, there's a lot of people. When I go visit family in Wyoming, up in the mountains, I have to remind people, or remind myself, that there are more people in my block than that entire state. That more people live within walking distance of me right now than the entire state of Wyoming. That's so interesting. Maybe it's the film industry indeed. I feel like a lot of people have told me it's easier to find community here, but I wouldn't know as I never leave my house. Yeah, well, yep. I mean, you moved here in the, in the COVID times, so it's probably a little bit, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's enough people here that you can find little pockets if you can find them, and there's a lot of like niche little communities. So if you're really into that, that's you can probably find some good, probably a lot of writers. I know a lot of comic book writers out here. There's a lot of really good comic book people out here that write comics, and they're kind of a nice little pretty supportive community. But yeah, in the film industry, it's a lot of like hustly people. It's people, yeah. I've definitely flowed in and out of a lot of like friend groups. They usually have about like, not friend groups, but like communities in the film industry that usually have about a 2.5 year lifespan. I've noticed. About how long they last. That's funny. I have dreams about moving to Montana. Montana is gorgeous. Montana is beautiful, which has 1/8 of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And I like that idea, 1/8 of the population, yeah. Yeah, Dallas-Fort Worth, I also I have to go to Dallas all the time for work. They fly me out there constantly, and I hate it. I hate it. I hate it there. They send me all the time, and although I've found a few little hubs that I like to go to, but oof. That's one of the places they send me where I just stay in my hotel most of the time. So far, I've met quite a few writers, and some of my old coworkers are here. Oh, well, that's great. Okay, it's good if you know people that are out here. If you have some old people that you're associated, that are kind of that you've been associated with previously. That's always a great. A great thing to have. Kind of people you know. Because they can eventually introduce you to other people. Also, if you have a job, if you ever do get a job, or where you go meet people or do luncheons, that makes it a lot easier to meet people. Yeah, that's super awesome. That's awesome that you found that community. Yeah, congratulations. It's not as easy as it sounds, so be very thankful. It's great that you have. And I too never leave my house except when I am tired of my co-inhabitants. Yeah, that's that makes sense. Happy to, yeah, feel free. I'd love to. Yeah, of decent places to go. They love sending me out there. They really do. So I more than often wind up there at least 3-4 times a year. So I will 100% take any recommendations. There's a one brisket place I go to that I like. It's called like Doro or Toro or something like that. I don't know. I have it saved in my phone. I moved here for a dream job, so thank God my new coworkers are actually nice and into similar things. There you go. That's perfect. I never thought I'd live here, to be honest. Yeah, it is a hard place to live. I have some stories particularly when I was really, really poor, like real poor, living in LA. When I moved out here, I can tell you some crazy horror stories about that. Um, but if you have money, you have a lot of good friends, you have people that you love getting and like get along with, it can be a really, really great place to live. And if you like beaches, yeah, there's a lot of good beaches out here. All right. So we went a little bit over, but that's fine. That's fine. Talking about places we live. Depending on where you are staying in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Hutchins, Lockhart's, and Hard 8 are the best places for barbecue, including brisket. Awesome. I'm going to write those down. Bah. Let's see. Hutchins. I'm usually all over. Sometimes they send me up to the actual like Fort Worth, and then sometimes I don't. I still just go into Dallas. Like actually go deeper into Dallas. Hutchins, Lockhart's, and Hard 8. Yep. Oof. I do like brisket. When I go to Texas, that's usually what I try to get out there because it's, although the best brisket I've ever had is still in Austin. But now I want to visit. I love Austin. I went to Fantastic Fest. I've never been to South by Southwest, but I went to Fantastic Fest a few times. I love Austin. It just gets really humid there. Also, Dallas Grilled Cheese Company is some of the most... Ooh. Oh, you know what? I've heard of Dallas Grilled Cheese Company, including a brisket grilled cheese. That sounds like something that is so delicious that I could only eat a little bit of because it's so rich. That sounds like the richest thing I could possibly eat. Whew. But that sounds absolutely delicious. Alrighty. Okay. Trust me. You need it. Okay, fair enough. I love it. All right. I will add that and add the grilled cheese to my list here. Dallas grilled cheese and brisket. All right. There you go, y'all. Thanks to you now, I will have good eating next time I am in Dallas. I think I'll just make you a Google Doc with a running list of everything I've recommended to. Yeah, exactly. With all the books, all now restaurants. Yep. But given I will take them all. You've definitely knocked it out of the park. So when I do eventually wind up going to Dallas, I will then let you know how I enjoyed those places. All right. Alrighty. I think it is time for another writing sprint. So we are going to hop on and get it done. All right, everybody, let's do it. We'll see you on the other side. Happy writing. And there we go. Another writing sprint down. I hope it was a good one for everybody. And Mr. Shadow, hope your computer issue is getting slowly figured out. It's very odd. Whew, we made it, right? We did. In the nick of time, we made it. All right, we'll go ahead and start the timer. Whew. Yep. Oh, I can feel it. I can feel it. All right. I am going to go refill my water, and I will be right back. Stretch time. Time to stand up and stretch. Whew. Alrighty. How's everybody feeling? Hopefully feeling pretty good about what they've managed to get done. Being productive, doing the writing. Alright. I think we've got, at least for me, we've probably got about another hour, I think. So that might be 2 more sprints, maybe. Bum, bum, bum. Not super productive, but it's okay. I'm winding down anyways. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's slowly winding down for the night. Yep. Yep, there we go. 5. Hang in there. We'll be head to bed after the next sprint. Almost done with day 2 of week 2, where we are covering the concept of Ikigai in the course of degree planning. Awesome. Oh, Aprasoria, you are doing just great. You are the foundation. You are doing just fine. You work too hard. Well, that's good. That's day 2 of week 2. That's you got quite a bit done there. Yep. But after the next sprint, yeah, we'll see. I might try to push on and do one more sprint after the next one. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I try to get between 3 and 4 hours of actual writing done on these sprints. That's the goal. I started on W2, week 2, day 2. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. You started on the same one. Well, you're getting there. You're getting it done. I know nothing about planning, so it could be a lot, and I wouldn't know. I assume it's a lot. Course planning makes my head work. How long have I been working on this project? This one's actually been a little bit shorter. I think I started... When did I start on this one? I think I started doing just the... Actually... that's a good... Let me see. I wonder if I can... I think maybe like 2 months? 2.5 months? Maybe closer to 3. It actually probably is closer to 3. I did take 3 weeks off because I did take 3 weeks off to go visit family and all that before I started actual pages. But yeah, I think it was, yeah, about 3 months. For a lot of these first drafts, I'm trying to get faster. the last thing I wrote, which was a cyberpunk rom-com, which, to be fair, was not my wheelhouse. It was me experimenting, trying to write a different genre. That one took me like 6 months, 6 to 8 months to get a first draft out. But it's I feel like scripts should be, in theory, faster to turn around than, say, something like a novel or something like that, where you write for a long time. Significantly higher word count, too. What do we have? We'll see. Huh? I've only tried a script once, and it felt like it took forever for me. Well, if you've only written one, anytime you do something new, it's going to take longer. A new format, new genre, new type of story. You're making pretty good progress, though. I can't write that fast to save my life. That's. I'm trying. I am trying to be faster. I can. It's some of the people I know, like some of my television writing buddies, they also write concurrently. So they have like, usually they're writing 3 to 4 different projects in a day. That hurts my brain. Like I lack the ability to just shift modes that much. But they usually are writing like, on their day. Wow. I every time I go out with them, when we go out, we go out and have our big, like, we've been writing or working for weeks at a time, and so we'll go out to the local our quote unquote writers bar, and every time we go out, we're just like hanging out and stuff. I'm always just like, how do you do that? Like, how have you trained your brain to do that? And they're just like, yeah, man, I don't know. It's just what you got to do. They're also really hard workers. Like they bust their asses. TV, and they specifically write a lot of TV, so it's just writing television just seems like a workhorse. I know some writers like that, and it's too much. I just can't. That's wild. I can't do it. So I usually try to, and and particularly with this draft, I'm being really, really lazy with the actual like language. This one is a pretty bare bones. Sometimes when I'm writing, it'll take me longer because I'll really be in it to try to make it readable, and read really well, and just like really do a lot of subtext work while I'm writing it. This one, because this one's so short, I'm trying to keep it under 90 pages. I'm kind of being pretty bare bones here just to try to get the ideas down on the page. So this script will probably require a lot more like immediate rewrites than I usually do, because I'm just trying to get it done. But I think we're about 40 pages now, it's already starting to get a little long. I guess 40 is probably good for where we're at. We're not quite at the halfway point, and if I want to keep it around 80. Yep. We'll see. But yeah, I think I've been doing pretty good progress-wise. The dialogue will all need to be rewritten. That's number one rule of screenwriting, is you're going to rewrite all your dialogue. Correct. 1 page a minute. That's give or take. It's usually an average. Like you could write in a script like here, let me, like this right here, all this text, I try to space it to about a page or to about a minute based on the actions that are occurring. But if you have like heavy dialogue, depending on the pacing of the dialogue, it won't be a minute. You like this dialogue scene will not be a minute long. So it kind of averages out a little bit. It's not a direct. Like you would literally have a they fight action slug, and that fight could be 2 minutes long. But you're kind of supposed to try. Yeah, you're supposed to try to keep it about a page a minute. I'm writing this in that way, so what's happening here is supposed to be about 40 minutes into the movie. I took a screenwriting course in high school. You went what? I am deeply, deeply jealous of your entire schooling career, Oizel. I am every time you talk about your schooling, I'm like, you had that? that was a class you had? Your composition classes. Now you had screenwriting. There was nothing. There was no screen. I had to do like tech. We had news tech. So I was just reading like The Empire Strikes Back. I was reading the Empire Strikes Back script, and that's how I learned how to write screenplays. Was just by reading that, because we had none of that. Composition. I went to 17 different schools in K through 12. Whoa, 17 different schools? Are you a military brat? How? Or did you just? Or I'm assuming that's like parents moving around. But my senior year, I got a poor kid scholarship to a boarding arts academy in Michigan. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Okay. No, you weren't military, so you're just moving around a lot. But my senior year, I got a poor kid scholarship. Yeah. That is a boarding arts academy. I mean, was it good? I don't know. I don't. The art schools we had, there was one art school where I grew up in Arizona, and it was... Oh, gotcha. Ah, okay. Emancipated minor. Yep. My best friend became an emancipated minor at 16. And she actually went to that art school, the one art school that we had in Phoenix, which was a trash school. Like it was definitely a run and gun. I think it was a charter school, and it was, I thought it was cool, but it was kind of the Wild West. Like people could just do whatever they wanted in that whole ordeal. It was fabulous. It's mostly known for its music programs, but is a really robust writing program. Oh, that's awesome. 17, you beat me. I've got like 8 schools under my belt. Oh yeah, that is, man. I both moved around a lot with that whole thing. I hopped. Yeah, I think I only hopped between those 3 schools and a tech school, but they were all in the same area. And there was the rich kid school that I didn't get along very well with. Then I went to a tech school, and then I kind of would ditch class and go to the art school. And even though I wasn't enrolled there, it's a shocking I was ever able to graduate. Don't know how. I don't envy you. Moving around a ton is hard. Yeah, that's particularly when you're young like that. That's rough. That's real rough for both of you. No. Ugh. That's hopefully you at least had friends for the most part, like that carried over, hopefully. That's cool that there were different kinds of schools like that. Yeah, I think so. Although Oizel did have like the coolest composition class in college. For that is true. That is an undeniable fact. Persistence and blood penance. Oh no. Oh no, but it's okay, we survived. Yes, you both did. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate and terrible you had to go through it, but you survived. And now look at you both. You're both badass writers. Doing badass things. Badass writers and teachers. Doing the Lord's work. All right. All right, I think we're going to set up for another writing sprint. So, hopefully... Oh, thanks. High fives for everyone. Everyone all around. Everyone's doing great. We're all doing great. You two especially. All right. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start. For everybody who's writing along, I hope it is a fantastic sprint. And we will see you on the other side. And away we go. go. And there we are, another writing sprint down. I hope it was a productive and good one. Everybody either winding down the writing went well, or whatever it might be. There we go, 6 ago. Cool. Yeah, it's yeah, Cryo Chamber. I buy a lot of their like, they do like these mixes. So I buy a lot of their music, but lots of times they put these streams on the radio on like YouTube Live, and it's just really good, like background ambient mood music. I'm a big fan. All right. There. Oh, I forgot to start the break time now. Oh boy, it's 11:40, and I am starting to get hunger pangs. So I think I'm probably gonna go to head to bed. Another early morning ahead. That's right, it's Monday. Decided to abandon the course for now as work on some plotting stuff. Well, I'm glad you got to do a little bit of plotting stuff, but maybe you'll be, taking a break from it will help you get back to the core stuff, and you can get that done. But hey, story plotting's fun. It's always a good time, so but you have a wonderful night, Oizel. I think I might actually call it and make myself some food, because I'm starting to get hungry. Thanks for the stream. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining in and hopping in. Love to have you. Yep, and have a happy Monday as well. Have a good early morning. Take care and have a lovely night, Oizel. As for everybody else, I think I'm gonna call it. I think we're gonna call it tonight. I think it is time for me to have some food and relax and maybe try to get up early. But for everybody who's been here and writing along, thank you so much for coming in and chatting. And I hope, Shadow, I hope your computer issues get resolved, or at least become less of a problem. And yeah, I hope everybody else has a great night. But I think, yeah, thank you. And thank you, Ariashi, for coming in. It was lovely to have you, and can't wait to hear about all the cool stuff you're writing as well in the future. So I'll be on tomorrow night and Tuesday night before I leave for a few days to go. I have to go to San Diego and film some stuff at a doctor convention. So yeah, have a great night / time zone, as Opresoria says. And yeah, have a wonderful night and happy writing, and have a happy Monday. And we'll see you all later. Take care.